Okay, we have it on 4G and we are running. Let's see here, open camera. Oh, by the way, let's have a look on the how hot it is. Although I haven't paid for this thing, so
Let's see
it will come up with nonsense, satanic nonsense. But as we can see, it's 60 degrees. Now this is my LG V20, which I tried to move on to another mobile, but it's too many issues, and for every single update, it just got worse. And let's see here. Er jo utroligt, altså. Kan du ikke forstå noget som helst pis, sygdom, altså. Kan du ikke engang forstå en fejltagelse, altså hallo, altså. Jeg vil simpelthen, jeg kan ikke tænke for andre, altså. Det er jo utroligt, altså, ikke? Folk er så, ja, men du kan ikke skæve rigtigt, så for du kan ikke bruge, altså. Nej, jeg gider ikke. Nej, smut væk med dig, altså. Det er utroligt, altså. Altså, det er ikke noget, jeg skal tænke for mig selv, altså. Any case, back to things, altså. Så vi har prøvet at fixe over på Shift. Shift-telefonen, som er et tysk firma, og så tænker man tysk kvalitet, men det må man sige, det var noget lort, altså. Og det var deres MQ6-telefon, og hvor et af deres kameraer automatisk ikke virker ud af boksen, selvom de sælger mobiltelefonen med kamera og så videre der. Der havde vi jo også Fairphone, som lavede en opgradering ind til Fairphone 4, var det vist, og med kamera, eller var det Fairphone 3? Det var i hvert fald en af dem, så var den jo ikke engang bedre i henhold til Fairphone, i henhold til kamera mere. Jeg tror, det var Fairphone 3. Men som også er en anden mulighed for at komme lidt tættere på en gammeldags. Ja, smut nu, altså. Ikke smut nu væk med dig, altså. Det var da utroligt, altså. Kan man ikke... jeg synes, ikke så fuldstændig irriterende, altså. Kan man ikke slå det her app fra, altså. Eller et eller andet. Men anyway, som man kan se, så er telefonen jo ikke lige just super hurtig, altså. Og det er jo min LG for stop. Lad os se, om vi kan bare sige stop. For stop, og så forhåbentlig så tænder den ikke op igen. Anyway. Og nej, gå nu væk med det bullelort, altså, ikke? En omgang satanisk reklame, ikke? Altså, man skal jo fuldstændig nedslagtes på alle mulige leder og kanter, altså. Eller også når folk laver videoer og så videre der, så laver de lige sådan et... Så smider de lige kniven i ryggen på folk, ikke? Altså, kommer der lige reklamer. Hvad det hedder? Bagangreb, altså. Ikke? Så laver de lige sådan bagangreb og dolker ind i ryggen med en eller anden lorte reklamer, altså. Hvor de mixer det ind, hvor de taler om noget, og så lige pludselig så fletter de det ind med alt det lorte reklamer. Folk er så ulækre, altså. De er så ulækre. Nå, men anyway, 61 grader. 61 grader, jeg har lavet den downloade nogle ting for at se også, men den er måske færdig med det også. Men stadig 61 grader, 62 grader, og jeg har jo ellers prøvet at fikse noget mere køling ind i det, men det er jo stadig, der går ikke så lang tid, så lige bliver sådan for varm, og så downthrottler den, og så lukker den også nogle gange mobilen ned, og downthrottler i henhold til at den går ned i megahertz, i stedet for rent faktisk at bruge det til fulde ydelse. Og det er møg irriterende. Altså, det er ligesom også med Linux, altså du har en CPU. Stop nu med det der, altså. Det var da utroligt, ikke? Luk nu bare numsen, altså. Men ja, som sagt, så kan den her mobil jo hurtigt blive rigtig, rigtig varm. LG V20, og det er utroligt, man ikke har kunne finde et eller andet alternativ. Jeg har et 8200 mAh batteri i den lige i øjeblikket. Jeg har prøvet forskellige batterier over de mange år. 10.000 er for stort, fordi så bliver den for tung. Hvilket jeg rent faktisk smadrede min LG V20 skrot version, når man vil, som Hvis der er et eller andet, der går i stykker og så videre der, så tager jeg det bare fra den og fikser over i den, som jeg kører med. Men som dog har nogle problemer med højtaleren en gang imellem med forbindelse. Skiftede ellers højtaleren ud, fordi der var problemer, og det problem forsvandt jo sådan set ikke, så det var nok ikke højtaleren, der var problemet. Det var tyder på at være forbindelsen til højtaleren på det her printplade, der ikke er så god, så lige pludselig nogle gange så slår den ud. Et problem også med at køre med en LG V20 er også, at kompatibel problemer at køre Android 8, det burde egentlig køre Android 7, det var det, den blev født med, og det burde man også køre med. Men der har du igen, der er nogle programmer, der ikke virker til Android 7, ligesom der er selvfølgelig også programmer, der ikke virker til Android 8, og så fandt jeg også ud af, at der er programmer også som ikke virker i de nye versioner af Android, for man kunne i hvert fald ikke lave noget bagud kompatibelt og så videre, man vil hellere bare smide den ene Android-version ud efter den anden og så videre der. Så det er ret galskab. Men jeg sad og tænkte lidt i henhold til, hvordan vil man kunne køle den her LG-telefon ud ned. Og det er jo sådan, at den laver jo nok en hel del mere baggrund, end den gjorde dengang, da den blev udgivet, for den var jo snappy dengang man fik LG V20-telefonen, ikke? Det var jo en det var jo en flagship mobil, altså, og den var flyvende hurtig, altså. Det er den ikke mere, det er helt sikkert. Og den har problemer med varme. Og med alle de opdateringer og så videre der, så laver den nok automatisk mere, end den gjorde før i tiden. Og det gør den jo så varmere, og det er et større problem i henhold til hastighed og varme og så videre der. Så jeg har jo kigget en hel del år efterhånden efter et alternativ, men der har bare ikke rigtig været noget overhovedet, altså. Så ventede man på Linux-telefonen, Librem-telefonen, og det var jo et stort flop, altså, og stadig tilsyneladende ikke noget, man ligesom kan bruge i dagligdagen. Så er der Pinephone, de er så kommet noget længere frem, men det tyder stadig på ikke at være vejen frem med noget, man bruger i sit daglige. Og så er der jo selvfølgelig LG V20, men igen, jeg kunne godt have tænkt mig, og det var også meningen, at jeg ville køre over på Android 7, og bruge Android 7 som primært styresystem, fordi Android 8, det er som om de ikke havde så meget fokus på Android 8 i henhold til, da de lavede Android 8 til den her mobiltelefon, eller også var det med vilje, de gjorde det for ligesom at gøre den mindre hip, om man vil, så man vil have noget andet, at den langsommere og ting, der begynder at lave sig problemer og så videre, man ikke bruger så meget energi på, og det, så det skulle slet ikke undre. Men så sad jeg og tænkte lidt i henhold til at køle det ned, om det måske, fordi CPU'en sidder, jeg forstår på det, CPU'en den sidder, og den sidder lige oppe af skærmen, og der er nogen, der ligesom har fikset op til 0,6 mm kobber på selve, hvor de fikser de her små firkanter, og fikser 0,6 mm plader, altså 0,1 måske plader, og så 6 af dem og så videre der. Men hvor meget det ligefrem giver af, fordi den skal jo stadig være fikset til skærmen, som bliver brugt som køling, hvilket er den her side af skærmen, og det kan man ikke engang se selvfølgelig, men det er den her side af skærmen, der bliver varm, og det er den, der er connected til CPU'en. Og den bliver rigtig varm. Der er også et andet sted, hvor den er connected til, og det er med fingertrykket, hvor fingeraflæseren, den kan også blive rigtig varm, og den er også connected til noget, til at afgive varme og så videre. Den kan også blive rigtig varm, når tingene begynder rigtig at varme op. Hvis man for eksempel kører i lidt tid med videoen her, så vil den jo så sige lige pludselig, nu er den for varm. Og det er omkring, hvad er det, nogle 70-72 grader eller sådan noget, så begynder det virkelig at være problematisk for den. Og så ender den med at lukke ned, altså. Og så er spørgsmålet, jeg har siddet og kigget, og tænkte, kan vide om, altså hvordan i henhold til mulighed for at få et eller andet ind for den, så den ligesom kunne smide noget varme af på en eller anden måde. Og jeg overvejede, om man kunne rent faktisk fikse noget af det her kobber-halløjse. Hvis man kan få noget kobber og skære det til, eller klippe det til med en, så kan man måske lave noget, der kommer ud, hvor batteriet er, og så simpelthen enten være i bunden af batteridimsen, hvor batteriet ligger på, eller simpelthen fikse den ovenover batteriet, så man sætter batteriet ind, og så fikser man lige den her over, og så fikser man coveret over, og det kunne måske, og så sætte det fast til selve CPU'en, som udgiver varmen. Og det kunne måske hjælpe, tænker jeg. Men jeg ved ikke, om det er muligt, og men der er ikke så meget plads i selve telefonen til ligesom bare at fikse kobber inde i telefonen. Det er ligesom fikset godt ind og så videre der, og så er der et hak ned og så videre der, som man kunne måske fjerne noget af det plastik eller sådan noget, og så køre kobber over til andre steder, eller, men der er måske nogle steder, som er bedre til mindre varme, end hvis man fiksede dem. Hvis man kunne forbinde dem med CPU'en og så videre, så kan det godt være, at disse måske ikke kan holde til den ekstra varme, der så måske... Så det er sådan lidt... det samme med de der harddiske og så videre, det er ikke, der snakker folk jo om, at man helst skal køle chipsene, og ikke selve memoryen af de her harddiske. Så det vil sådan sige, så chipsene, som sidder på enden af, det siger, at de er faktisk ganske glade for varmen, om man vil. Men den chip, der sidder foran controlleren, eller whatever det er, den er ikke særlig glad for det. Så en af de ting, som nogen gør, det er simpelthen at fikse, og ikke forbinde de to i henhold til med kølingen, men simpelthen have kølingen på chippen, eller på controlleren, eller hvad det nu hedder, som arbejder. Og det er også rigtigt, når den bliver ret varm, altså, når man sidder og mærker. Jeg havde en, jeg prøvede at mærke efter og så videre der. Og den har jeg fikset i sådan en USB-dimsedut, hvilket den virkelig ikke virker særlig godt. Det var egentlig meningen, at det skulle blive min USB til at tage med sig og sådan lidt, men den virker kun nogle gange, når man sætter den. Den virker endnu værre, end de plejer at gøre, med at sætte den ind og ud og så videre der. Battery is too high, 46 grader, ikke? Og det er nok mere end 46 grader. Det er så utroligt, at den kan speede så hurtigt op i varme, og så hurtigt ned i varme, og lad os se her. Der vi go. 64 grader, der har vi 64 grader, ikke? Så 62-64 grader, ikke? Og hvis den først kommer op på de der 70 grader, man kan se, CPU'en, den ligger jo helt nede i bunden, altså. Men det er jo ikke fordi, at CPU'en ikke har mulighederne for at bruge sit... det er bare, når CPU'en så bliver for varm og så videre der, så... jeg ved ikke med grafikken, om den også ligger samme sted, det er muligt. Men så er problemet jo så, at det så downthrottler den, så kører den langsommere, end den egentlig kan, fordi den er for varm. Og så ender den jo så mange gange desværre med også at lukke ned automatisk. Og så lukker mobilen ned, og det er jo meget irriterende, hvis du sidder med en livestream eller et eller andet. Men jeg har fikset mobilen med noget af det her, og jeg gav den nok lidt for meget. Det har det med at bløde ud af mobilen med det her lige i øjeblikket ind til batteriet og ud til det ene SIM-kort og så videre det, og har tørt noget af det af og så videre. Men mobilen virker stadig og så videre der, så tydeligvis har det ikke skadet noget. Så det er fint nok. Men nu har den i hvert fald fået nok. Jeg prøvede at give den noget mere overflade til selve skærmen, så den havde mere overfladeareal fra selve CPU'en til ligesom, at det her det ligesom blev smyret lidt ud, så man håbede på, at varmen, den ligesom dispersed, at den lagde sig ud i det her, som så gav mere overflade til skærmen, som den så bruger som en køle. Men ikke helt lige... ja, det kan godt være, at det har forbedret den, men det er nok ikke så meget igen, at det rent faktisk har forbedret den. Det er ikke noget, hvor man tænker, altså, har tilsyneladende stadig nogle problemer med, at den lukker ned og så videre der, så det er tilsyneladende ikke nok køling. Det er egentlig pudsigt, altså, jeg tror ikke, jeg har haft nogle problemer med spil eller noget på den, men nu er det heller ikke, fordi jeg spiller så meget, altså. Men der tyder det egentlig på at gå udmærket, altså. Jeg ved ikke, om det sidder på en anden chip eller et andet sted, eller... Men der har jeg egentlig ikke haft de store problemer. Det er primært, når den livestreamer, for eksempel, og man bruger kameraet, så er det der, hvor problemerne virkelig begynder, hvor mobilen virkelig bliver hed. Når den bruger netværket og video og data, optagning og så videre, det er også optagning af video og så videre der. Det er der, hvor det store problem er. Men så sad jeg og tænkte lidt over, at hvis jeg kunne fikse kover, et koversheet, et koverpapir, fladt, meget tyndt kover, hvis det kunne fikses på, hvis man lige kunne tage et eller andet paste, lim, halløjser der, fikse det til det, og så simpelthen klippe det ud, og så trække det ud, hvor batteriet ellers ligger. Enten under batteriet eller over batteriet, så skulle det jo give noget, og det er jo et stort batteri, jeg normalt alligevel har mig og så videre der. De små batterier tyder på rent faktisk at blive langt mere varme end de store batterier. Så batterimæssigt i hvert fald, så når du kommer til en vis størrelse af batteri, så blev det på det niveau, som det var. Og det virkede som om, at 6.400 eller 8.200, eller, altså det giver det samme resultat som 10.500 batterier. Altså, men hvis du kører på de helt små batterier, så kan de blive, så fortsætter de simpelthen bare op i varme. Så det er i hvert fald tyder på at være en forbedring. Det er i hvert fald, hvad jeg kunne se batterimæssigt, at det var en forbedring i henhold til batteriet i hvert fald, og så håbede man på også, at det hjalp resten af mobiltelefonen til ikke at blive for varm. Men fuldstændig godt er det jo ikke. Men det kan jo selvfølgelig være, hvis man har det her store batteri, at batteriet måske endda kan hjælpe til også at køle af med den overflade, det har. Så hvis man nu fikser det her kover ud til batteriet, ja, så bliver batteriet måske en lille smule varmere, men hvis batteriet alligevel ikke er så varmt, ja, nu siger den jo godt nok, at batteriet er lidt over 46 og så videre der. Men anyway, det var måske en mulighed. Jeg ved ikke, hvad den siger, det andet program, men der, lad os se her, om vi har, altså har vi lige noget. Nope. Den er 58, 57. Floating monitor, CPU, RAM har heller ikke været det store problem med den her telefon. Altså, er det 4 GB der er i den? Jeg kan ikke huske det, men det har været fint nok. Det har været meget få gange, hvor jeg rent faktisk er 3,67 og 6,9. Og det er sjældent, den ligesom er. Det er sket et par gange, at den er kommet op, men jeg har der ved batteriet 47 grader. Så det plejer egentlig at holde sig ganske okay, modsat de små batterier, som den automatisk kom med. De var noget værre stillet, altså. Så, men det kunne have været meget rart, hvis man kunne have fået en ny mobil med en opdatering, om man vil, men det findes bare ikke i henhold til det. Altså, der findes sådan noget som Fairphone, men den mangler jackstick, og der har de også designet, så hvis du smider et SD-kort i, som du dog kan, jamen så smider du SD-kortet ind et sted, hvor du skal tage batteriet ud, altså, hvilket også er fuldstændig fatalt, for før i tiden, så kunne man jo bare skifte ud, mens den kørte. Det kan du næsten også på LG V20, eller det kan du godt på LG V20, men du skal stadig tage coveret af, og når du så tager coveret af, så skal du skal gøre sådan, at du ikke ender med at tage batteriet ud, og det nogle gange, så ender det med, at når du gør det, så ryger batteriet også ud, og så slukker den automatisk, men det kan godt gøres, uden at man slukker den, altså hvor man tager SD-kortet ud, og tager det ind igen. Det er muligt, men stadig dårligere end hvad man har set, og hvad det burde være, men ja, det er bedre end ingenting. Det er i hvert fald muligt. Altså man skulle jo sådan set bare kunne nemt og lige til at tage det ud. Og der hvor de rent faktisk kunne have fikset det, der sidder jo det er en dobbeltmodel, så der sidder 2 SIM-kort, man kan fikse i og så videre, det er den her version, men det ene sted, hvor SIM-kortet egentlig sidder, det var der, hvor SD-kortet burde sidde, altså. Så 53 grader, ja, det er så fint nok, altså. Den holder så indtil videre i live, om man vil. Men igen, jo mere den optager, jo mere skulle den ligesom have, altså varmere, og lige pludselig. Nu har jeg jo godt nok et 8200 mAh batteri i. Det kan da godt være, at det hjælper den lidt mere end. Men ud fra min stats af for gammel tid i hvert fald, så 6400, det var fint, altså. Så kom den ikke højere op, altså. Så var det som om, at den stoppede et bestemt sted, så kom den simpelthen ikke højere op i varmen, altså. Det kan jo selvfølgelig også være en sensor, der ikke kunne gå højere op, eller et eller andet, jeg ved ikke, om den tager sensoren i batteriet, eller hvordan og hvorledes, det kan selvfølgelig også, men nogle af de små batterier kunne i hvert fald blive rigtig varme. Og hvad jeg husker af, så hjalp det i hvert fald ikke på telefonens tilstand. Nu er det jo noget tid siden, jeg har haft et af de her små batterier i, men hvad jeg husker, så stiger de altså bare i varme mere og mere. Modsat de store batterier, men det kan selvfølgelig også være sensoren i batterierne, der ikke virker ordentligt eller et eller andet, at batterierne rent faktisk også bliver måske varmere, men så skulle man lave nogle tests og så videre der, men 8200 er jo selvfølgelig, der er mere fylde i batteriet, end der er i de der 6400, og vægtmæssigt er det egentlig fint nok med 8200. Det er lige på vippen for mit vedkommende i henhold til enhånds betjening. 10.500, det var bare alt for meget, altså. Men 8.200 mAh, det er fint nok, altså. Og man kan altid bruge masser af batteri, og det er jo meget rart, så man ikke skal skifte batteri og så videre der. Men ja, jeg er 8.200, og det er fint. Men vi har også nogle copper sheets, som jeg tænker, hvis man kunne finde et eller andet, jeg skriver som, ja, eller også kan jeg måske finde et billede af den der LG V20, hvor der er nogen, der skiller den ad, så kan jeg lige prøve at tænke mig til, om jeg tror, det kan lade sig gøre. Men jeg tror ikke engang, man kan købe den der LG V20 i Danmark. Der er udefra, selvfølgelig ude i verden og så videre, der er lige et batteri på 10.500, et Perfine batteri, 600 kroner. Man skal ikke, altså jeg købte jo en lader ved siden af, det var godt nok dyrere end, men jeg havde købt 2 ladere før i tiden, dengang de udkom, og de kostede jo 300 kroner stykket, og den som jeg købte, den kostede 600 kroner, men jeg har jo været glad for den, altså. Problemet var med de 2 andre, var at efter man bruger dem noget tid, så har de svært ved at få kontakt til batterierne. Jeg ved ikke, om det er noget med at gøre med selve kontakten, eller om det selve er, at man simpelthen har lavet dem til, at lige pludselig så begynder de her problemer og sådan lidt. Men begge 2 begyndte i hvert fald at lave problemer. Så sidst jeg ligesom var ude og kigge og så videre, så endte jeg bare med at bestille sådan en ny, og nogle batterier, og den her telefon, som jeg bruger. Og den bruger jeg jo som min almene. Og den kan jo også stadig en masse gode ting og så videre der, men det kunne være rart, hvis den bare kunne få noget køling, så CPU'en kunne blive brugt, og så den ikke downthrottle og lukker mobilen ned og så videre. Det er jo noget irriterende. Okay, man får den måske ikke op på et totalt flydende niveau, altså, men det kunne være rart, at den ligesom fik noget mere køling. Så, men jeg har også kigget på hvad er der alternativer, ikke? Det skal ikke være for dyrt, og det og der var der Fairphone der, der var Shift Phone, den skal man i hvert fald ikke røre, altså det vil jeg i hvert fald ikke anbefale. Det er også et rigtig dyrt alternativ. Det havde så været fint nok, hvis det her dyre alternativ rent faktisk havde virket ordentligt, og man ikke havde ufattelig mange problemer, og skærmen ikke gik i stykker ved at puste på den. Og når jeg siger puste, så mener jeg selvfølgelig, at der skal ikke så meget til. Altså af en eller anden årsag, så tror folk, at jeg mener seriøst, at hvis man puster på den, så går den i stykker. Altså, det er ikke det, jeg mener. Jeg mener bare, at der skal ikke særlig meget til, før skærmen den går i stykker. Det var dyrt, om man vil. Og det var, altså det værste var næsten alt den tidsbrug, man brugte på det. I henhold til Fairphone 4, så tyder det på, at der kan købes ekstra batterier til den. Men jeg tror ikke, de har en lader, og men jeg har en lader ved siden af, der måske vil virke til batterierne. Nej, det har de virkelig dummet sig i, hvordan og hvorledes de har lavet batteriet. Det er et godt spørgsmål, om det rent faktisk vil virke. Men jeg fandt rent faktisk, fordi jeg havde den her Shift-telefon, men den havde ikke den her lader udenfor. Og det var meget irriterende, og især fordi, at mobilen i sig selv fik problemer med at lade. Og slugte batteriet ufattelig hurtigt og så videre der, og det var rigtig dårlig erfaring også med det. Det var det hele taget en super, super dårlig erfaring på så mange lederkanter. Men den her Fairphone, den er heller ikke helt billig. Den er noget billigere, men den er stadig dyr. Og der har man ikke, du har ikke jackstick, og der tyder ikke på, jeg har i hvert fald ikke fundet det, men jeg synes ikke, jeg har set nogen muligheder for at fikse et større batteri i, altså. Og jeg har jo ikke noget imod, at en telefon bliver en lille smule større. Det er faktisk meget behageligt. Og så lige få sådan en plastikcover rundt om og sådan lidt. Men der er det til en vis grad, altså. 10.500 mAh vil jeg ikke købe. Jeg har det over her. Jeg har den telefon, der gik i stykker. Den er et eller andet sted, altså. Men jeg ved ikke, hvor jeg har. Den ligger her. Så det her, det er en LG V20 telefon. Det er min scrap phone, om man vil. Burde måske egentlig... Hvorfor snakker jeg dansk? Jeg skulle da egentlig have talt engelsk. Did I start out speaking English in this video? I might have spoken Danish. Oh, I'll just turn it into English. So this is my scrap phone of an LG V20. It actually has the print of my first LG V20. This is the print, and I don't think actually there's anything wrong with that as far as I recall in regard to the print. And maybe it actually has Android 7 and instead of Android 8, but again the problem is some of the applications doesn't. Wow, that was quick. Although when you fix the SIM card over, of course it does seem to become slower, but wow, it just feels snappy. I guess it might be because it also is running Android 7, and besides it doesn't have the SIM card, which will make it slower, but yeah, it does feel very, very, very snappy. So maybe I should look into actually trying to move over to that. I have most applications fixed on this. I just fixed it at some point and had it as a. But maybe I should have actually used that as the daily device. I was actually trying to get this phone that I'm using over to Android 7, but then all of a sudden I couldn't. It wouldn't work in regards of the LT switch, thing. I don't know why. Maybe Android updated something in this version, so it couldn't, so it stopped working or something like that. But I had two different applications, LG Mobile Switch and another LG switching program, LG Backup and LG Mobile Switch. And all of a sudden it just stopped working. I couldn't move from this one over to the other one. I couldn't make a backup on Android 8 on this phone and update it over on the other phone on Android 7. So that was kind of, bad. Just silly nonsense and all that. But, I haven't tried, I don't know if, I don't think it works anymore, sadly. So the only option I would then have to maybe just use this Android 7 that is fully updated, as far as I recall, to the latest Android 7. And then, of course, I just have to not update it. The CPU is at the moment 28 Celsius, which seems to be nearly room temperature. But that's, of course, the other, and the battery is 24. Let's see, but it has the biggest battery. Let's see what this says. It should have. There we go. CPU 55, 79. Well, battery 44 degrees, and that's so 45 degrees, and the other one is 25 degrees. Well, anyway, you can see it on the camera here. Maybe it's because it's taking too big a resolution in regards to this application. Maybe I could actually go down on that. But as you can see, 28 degrees, memory 58, and battery 25. But as if I put the SIM card over into it, it should begin to, grow in regards of these. And I broke the thing. This is the first time I drop an LG V20 and it breaks. First time. And I don't know if it might have been me that stupidly didn't fix the plastic good enough around it. I might not have snapped it overly, so instead of hitting the plastic, it hit down directly on the glass. So that's kind of probably my own fault in that. But usually it really, usually it never breaks, And this is like 6-7 years or something like that I had an LG V20. Well, I have 3, I bought one. That's the first one. Then I got another because the first one was, but that was a very, very bad edition, because apparently you have so many different editions of it, which you have different. So that was stupid me of buying another version, that I didn't, But I think the outer case on this, because I tried to move my, I don't know what happened in regards to that actually. Yeah, well, anyway, I guess. But anyway, this print is the old LG V20 print with LG V7 and all that, and so I just had it as a if the other broke or something like that, or using the things for this main device. But maybe I should actually go back to my main board and put that in, and then I have LG V20, Maybe I should do that. It feels very snappy at the, moving around. It doesn't feel slow at all compared to the LG or with the Android 8. And I think I think some of the issues is in regard to the system. So also they have this issue if I use the camera thing here, it turns automatically off, which it doesn't do in the Android 7 version. So that's kind of annoying when it just turns it off, because then you can't just use it for like this. It's not as snappy as the other application that I just used, but you know, it's usable. Yeah, I'd rather have one camera application than having multiple applications that you need to relearn and all that. Anyway, and you can see the brackets of the screen. It's not totally visible, right? But well, it could be more visible. But let's see if we can get some light to it. Yeah. So the screen broke, and of course that's only going to get worse. So, but it's still functional. So, but it hit right there, and I think the plastic that I have here was sadly not attached good enough. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, but it dropped from the above, and it wasn't good, attached when I. Well, who knows? Anyway. But yeah, that's the first time that I've seen a fall make it break, and it was actually only like 1 meter from the table. I was laying down here on the floor, and I was stretching out my hand for, up here, right, and then taking it, and then it fell, and I think it hit the mouse or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but it hit something that made the screen break. So, of course, the battery is pretty heavy. But in any case, so in regards to the Shift phone from Germany, I wouldn't buy that. Then you have the Fairphone from England. I haven't tried that. It's at least better than a lot of the other options out there. You can replace the battery. I don't know if, as far as I know, they don't have a charger for batteries, which is, why wouldn't you make a charger for the battery outside the mobile? It's like, it's so wonderful to have. When the mobile, stops working, you just change the battery. I just can't be bothered with the nonsense these days. But yeah, I guess the LG V20 is also the last phone where you could actually get one of these battery chargers, and it's right here. I have it working with, Well, anyway, here it is. This is the battery charger, and again, I bought 2 of these when I bought the first LG V20, and I'm very happy that I did that because they just work wonderfully. Also with the bigger batteries, although you can't close it with the bigger batteries, but that doesn't really matter as long as it works. And it's just a little print that is at the top here. But the 2 others, I still have the print, although I did smash the I did get them out, and the prints are still working. You can still fix the prints. If you're going to travel lightweight or something like that, you could still fix it with some rubber bands and all that, and fix it on the print and have it charging the battery. But it's like, why don't they just have something where you could snap something in the battery directly and charge it up, But anyway, like the small batteries for this guy, for the headlamp, you can get these batteries where you can actually plug a micro SD into it, and it charges the battery. They could have made the same thing with mobile batteries, you would think, right? Anyway, they didn't. But then you could be on the go and just fix a USB into it. and charge the battery up, without. But anyway, so I bought another one of these, although for a lot more than they usually went by, but there wasn't that many out there, and I wanted to at least have some kind of mobile, right? But it is getting old and older and older, and some applications just doesn't run with it, or you get into more and more issues, software issues, which of course is tedious when you have a lot of applications and you need to fight with them in regards to working, kind of annoying. And then the cooling thing and all that with the mobile is also a problem. But if you do get some of this copper thing, I wonder if I could, fix it in there and just fix it out of the mobile. I really need to look into that. Let's see, print. Oh, here you can actually see these different mobiles of the LG V20. You can still buy them. Sometimes you can also find them so-called new. They might not be new, but they usually still tend to come with a, in a pretty nice box, and it does look pretty new, although it might not be new, but it looks like it, right? Okay, so you can still buy it here and there. Okay, remember this version was the, two versions were, or pretty much three, but two versions that have two SIM cards. And the one I first got was the Hong Kong edition, which is one of the versions that was pretty, one of the expensive versions, but I got another version that is one of these, the Korean versions are the cheapest, and that's one of those I got in regards of, I think, if 800 model. I didn't really that was issues in regards to that, and didn't really like that. So I should have gotten the exact same model that I already had, for less issues, right? And then it was the screw, it was the screen that was detaching. It wasn't that the screen was broke in regards of falling or anything like that, but the glue was detaching. So that was kind of annoying. Let's see if we actually can find the Hong Kong model, put on eBay and see how they. It's only getting older and older, right? So, but I guess if you want new edition of it and all that, it's probably going to cost you. There are two different models three actually, that had these two SIM cards, and there are places where you can actually download the newest Android 7 version for it. You just need to don't update it after that, because then it will update to version 8. So you don't want to do that, and if you download it, it will just lay something someplace on the mobile. So Urban Armor Gear. Actually, I did actually get. I think that was with one of the that was actually with one of the mobiles. This wonderful case for the smaller batteries, where you could look directly into the mobile. That was pretty nice, pretty cool, and it was actually very nice. Still have it instead of this metal thing, and you could look directly into the mobile from behind. I can't remember exactly what the model was called. Let's see, yeah. It might also be that the screen may be detached because of using things like this, because you do tend to apparently I don't have the sticker in the mobile. I do have the information someplace in regards to the model and all that. Let's see here. Where is it? Good question. Yeah, that's kind of a good question. Oh, here we go. There we go. I should have the information here. Well, that's the DS version, that's the one I'm using. I'm actually not sure why I wouldn't have bought the version I had from the beginning. The LG, I think that was probably in regards to the software. That was less Hong Kong thing, and there were some of these pre-installed applications that wasn't in the DS version, but you know, so I didn't really think it would be a different. I guess there might not be any difference, but besides, anyway, LGH. So it's called the H990N. That's the version I got in the. Let's see what we have. Brand new LG V20 H990DS. Yeah, well, that's the DS version. I guess maybe it was too difficult to get the other one. And here you could get the DS as brand new. You know, they say still 1,000. That's 1,100. And yeah, well, it's not totally, but it's still, you can get them a lot cheaper, but then again, you will only get one SIM card and you will get other issues. Actually, here you have the LG V20. No, that's the DS version as well. So maybe one of the reasons that I got the DS version was because I had problems finding the other version. I can't remember. Or maybe it was too expensive. But clearly on this you get the DS version. Yeah. Oh, here we go. No, that's battery housing case. So LG V20 for Verizon. New sealed box, but doesn't say. Oh yeah, I think when I ordered the LG V20, the first one, I didn't know what version I actually got. I'm not, or I didn't think it would matter. I can't remember, but I did have a lot of issues with, because there's different ways to then do this and that and all that. I kind of don't, the DS version is all over. Like 2,000 for a DS version from England. But yeah, around 1,100 for the DS version, which, when you think about it, it's kind of, still much for a 6-year-old phone. But you can get it in a new sealed box, they say, right? But I don't know if it's new, but don't think so. But they tend to look pretty new. They tend to be pretty good, at least, too. Oh yeah, one of the reasons I don't think it was new was that it didn't have the thing on the camera, which is also one of the weak spots on the front camera of this phone. Again, the glue, will make it jump off at some point. So there we go again, 1,100 for the DS version. Here we have like 1,600 for the DS version. So yeah, it's apparently not that easy to find the other model at all. I don't see it. Nope. I see the DS model again and again, and I guess that's probably not much of a difference. You still get you get two. The only, the reason why I got it was also in regards to the software, if as far as I recall, that didn't have, although they have some other nonsense pre-installed. I would not jailbreak the phones because that's a mess, absolutely mess. I had actually LG V20, the DS version, sold with Android 9 apparently. Was that actually made Android 9 for that? I can't remember, but apparently, maybe. But the problem is, if you upgrade it to Android 9, you get into issues in regards of recording. So, yeah, it's apparently only the DS version, and it goes up to 2000. Like for 2000, you can get one of these modern phones that is, yeah, it's anyway. Apparently the Hong Kong version, you might be able, if you search more around, to find the Hong Kong version. But anyway, I do have the Hong Kong version over in this one, but this one I think pretty much have everything intact except the speaker, because the speaker had issues in regards of, and the print and all that. So I changed that, and apparently, sometimes it's just stopped working in regards to the speaker, and I found out it seems to be the contact of the speaker. I didn't have, well, I had one time I had a problem on the other one in regards to the speaker stopped working, and I ordered a new speaker, so that was what I replaced this one with. But then it still had issues, and I found out that it's the contact of the speaker that apparently sometimes doesn't totally stick to it, and apparently have issues. Well, these are the three LG V20s that I've had. The DS version, the H990 DS version, that's the one that I have there. The F800 version, I wouldn't get that, but that's the cheapest of those. And the LG H990N, that's the first one. From Hong Kong, made in Korea. Well, all of them are made in Korea apparently. I don't know if they have different, but everything had worked pretty good for me in regards of the GSM and all that. No problem on those levels. So yeah, apparently I seem to have one glass. I wonder if this glass is totally new, and if there's anything so you can actually. Oh well, anyway. Some manuals and all that for the LG V20, the F800 and the H990N. Apparently that was the same, pretty much the same manual, and apparently the other one seemed to be a little different. So I don't know. But I kept both of them at least, and so yeah. But I do wonder if I could help it with the cooling and get something, it doesn't matter if it gets a little heavier. I have looked on other phones as well, in regards of which direction to go, really, because it's not, over all the updates and all that and different issues and all that, it's not so good, so maybe I should just, yeah, well, there's only compromise pretty much in regards of getting a new phone. And I've looked at, you had the Shift phone, I tried that. That was absolutely a failure. Wasted resources out the window and time. Then you have the Fairphone, which might actually be, that's an option for sure. That's at least one of the options that I think that might be pretty good. But in regards to charging the battery at the side, doesn't seem to be. And they could have made a charger at the side, but as far as I know, they didn't. Why wouldn't you, if you have a mobile where you can change battery, why wouldn't you make it possible to charge it, you know, outside the phone? Just give me a break. So I still have this one where I can charge the battery outside, which is kind of a biggie. You can change the battery very quickly. You have jack stick, you have SD card. Um, you know, you have all the things that were standard in the past in a flagship. Now, now they all gone crazy. Not a single company. Everybody just went nuts. Totally insane. And went their own way. You would have thought that some of the companies would have held to the old standard way, right? But no. No. And this water resistance and all that, I'm like, what, are you kidding me? What's so good about that? Do you really use water resistance? It's something seldom really used, so yeah, not something I really see as but anyway, I found, you have different choices of mobile, and maybe I should just, well, I've looked at the Fairphone, but then again, I'm probably going to run into things, and that I kind of want a jack stick as well. There's no jack stick. You have to have this. Well, I guess it wouldn't be a problem with if you could actually. Yeah, but why didn't they just put it on? But still, it's kind of expensive as well. And what do you get out of that? 5,000 for it, right? Kronos. And if you can't even charge the batteries at the side, what's the point? Someone writes, it's a dream come true. I won't change it with any other smartphone. Well done, Fairphone. It might be a good phone. Who knows? Let's see here. Hard to know. But surely it is faster than the one I have. It has Android 11. I guess they probably maybe upgraded it to 12. I don't know. But yeah. That's 4,500 for a phone that doesn't have jack stick, Terrible. And then there's the other thing that I've been looking at in regards of but that's just so expensive. That's just and again, you can't change the battery, so that's just kind of and you don't have the SD card either and all. Yeah, so that's not good. I've looked into the AGM. They have a version, lower resolution. Don't care about it. Actually, I think that's a good thing to have lower resolution. Doesn't all these insane resolutions for the screen is just absolutely not case. And I was looking into the cooling of the other device of the AGM. has a huge metal thing that it also uses for the strength of the mobile. But that should have more than enough, I think. Heat dispersion out to the metal plate. So that shouldn't really have any heating issues, and that means that it should be able to use the CPU as its maximum without down throttling. So the Fairphone 4 does not support wireless charging. They don't have bigger batteries as far as I can see, and they don't have. Yeah, that doesn't even exist. I guess Perfine didn't. I don't think Perfine made anything for the family. Anyway, we can try. There was a time where they made all these wonderful things for bigger batteries and protection and all that. Yeah. Actually, the Fairphone 3 I actually think is. Let's see here. That actually has jack stick, I think. But I guess that's not really on their website. Doesn't seem to be much of support of that much. So, well, maybe they will bring back the jack stick in the next version. Maybe not, but we'll see. Yeah, just you think about the price of the Fairphone. As but yeah, it's just you still have an SD card. That's positive. Don't have a jack stick. You can use a converter and all that, but then of course you can't charge the phone, and if you can't even fix, if you can't charge batteries at the side, oh well, terrible. And then we have the AGM, which is actually the cheapest. It seems to be pretty cheap, but you can't change battery on it. But it does have a huge battery in it. It has a lower resolution and a big speaker and all that. And yeah, I think it's too heavy. But it is the cheapest, and maybe that's the way to go. It has all the features besides. It has jack stick. It has SD card. Newest version of Android, which I don't really care much about because that might make it so you can't record the calls. So Android have a way of doing a lot of nonsense. We have it for, yeah, has a good amount of cooling, so I don't think the CPU will have any issues in regards of heating at all. Like huge, heat sink in some sense that it uses for the strengthening of the mobile, which probably also makes the phone pretty heavy as well. And we have Fairphone battery replacement. But they seem to have, used a technology that I'm not sure that would actually, the charger I have. I'm not even sure you could charge a Fairphone battery, as the connectors are made differently than they usually are. It's like, so I'm not entirely sure how that would go with the charging device that I have at the side. So I did have, I think it's the standard batteries for the LG V20 that it works wonderfully in regard to charging batteries. There was at least one of them it didn't charge fully up. I think it was the Shift phone, but I did charge them up and then didn't charge them fully up, but it was working to the like 4,500 for something that is. Yeah. Yeah, so then make the schematics available. Well, the criticism of the disposable headphones and removing the jack are still valid. Yeah, I guess nothing really takes away that it's still a problem, right? In regards to removing the head jack. Oh yeah, that's true, right? The LG V20 have a DAC, right? A DAC. Now, of course, it depends on the, what you have on the other side, right? In regards to speakers or whatever, so or headphones and all that. But it has it, right? So that's one of the strengths. Although I don't know how much difference it will really do, as long as you can hear things, right? But it is nice to have some kind of quality sound. Yeah, I think I'm going to take the cheapest device here and try it out, and maybe I can fool around with the LG V20 and maybe get it up to, in regards of an Android 7 or something like that. But it's kind of still a problematic in regards of if you're moving from one phone to another phone, in regards of the data and all that, because if you can't actually make if I make an LG V20, save all things and all that, and I can't move the data over to the LG 7. So, if I take all the data here, just move it over to the other phone I have, and just fix the print from one to another phone, I could do that, for example. Then just use the old print I have where I don't have these speaker issues. I don't think there was any issues with the LG Hong Kong version, besides the screen issue and all that. I could do that if I could just take all the data, fix it over to the Android 7, and I guess then just have this one as well, the main board. I can just flip that around with the other one. That could be a way to do it. So the AGM H5, it's a pretty new mobile. and it has some other features as well. I don't know if it's something I would use those other features, but I have a huge speaker, which that would be nice to have. So you don't need to have an extra speaker or anything with you. You can just use the phone. 7,000 milliamp battery might be okay. I have an 8,200 in this one now. So 7,000 milliamps should be okay, and maybe they have been better to battery, sustainability and all that. Maybe that has become better as well in the newer versions and all that, right? They probably have worked on some of those things as well. So, and it should be able to use the CPU at its maximum with all that cooling. It's only running 720p display, which I don't really have a problem with. The problem I have maybe is that it seems like you can only put 4 icons at the side. I don't know if there's any way to maybe make it have more icons, that you can maybe customize it. But that would have been nice, even if it maybe is a little smaller. But it does seem pretty big and clumsy. Yeah. I would buy it with the table charger for sure. At least. I don't know how fast it would charge either, but yeah. But the weight is... maybe I should just try it out. Of course, when the battery dies, there's no going back, then it's dead. Which kind of an issue. That's kind of nonsense, right? It's not so easy to just open it up, apparently. You need to apparently open the screen up, so I guess you need to suck it up, but the guy that did it had his issues with it. Although he did feel like he could do it maybe again without destroying the screen that he did, Of course, he did break the screen. So. I don't know. Seems like you like sitting with it like this, right? The other one, you can. The LG V20 are pretty comfortable to sit with, not too big, and that would probably be bigger. Yeah. And thicker and heavier. Oh, it's running up in regards to the. The Fab phone would be more of a nice size for sure. I don't know. What did the Fairphone actually use in regards to screen? Did it use the 7? That's the thing. The mobiles went away from this this size of a screen where it actually fits to movies and all that. At least that was the standard in the past. Fairphone 3 or 4 screen. It's interesting. Buy a thing that you that's the thing with the earplugs as well. I've had three different Sony MP3 things and all that, and when the battery goes dead, you can't change the battery. So you buy something which still might work, but because of the battery, you just have to throw it away, because they just fix the battery in, it's just, and people want to talk about green stuff and all that, while the companies are making things where you can't change the batteries on them. You gotta, there's all the insanity nonsense of this world. Oh, there's too much trash. Yeah, but what are the companies doing? By the way, why hasn't it oh, okay, we're back in the program. Okay, that program, okay. The screen on the Fairphone does not seem to be that elongated. It does seem to be more like the old days size of screen. I could be wrong, maybe it is a little longer. But dual port 30 watts charger. So I guess it should be able to charge pretty quickly. So 7.5 times. How do you calculate that in regards of the size of the screen? Calculator. It's like 162 divided by 75.5, right? Something like that. 2.1. So what about my own phone? Oh yeah, that's. Do we have anything to? There we go. Let's see here. That's around. Oh, we need some light. What's my light? There we go. So this around. Well, screen of course size. Yeah, let's see here. The screen size is. No, other way around. Kind of hard to see the screen, but it's around here, right? That's I can't even see. 13 point. There's a 13.5 and times 7.4, something like that. Divided by 7.4. It's a little. That's gives me a little less. So I guess it might be a little longer. I guess. Or maybe that's in regards of the length of the. Maybe you can't do it like that. Oh, I know. Yeah, it should be in regards of the. So you get 1.8 with the 1 and 2.1, but is it in regards of the number going bigger or smaller? Let's see here. Let's just take 25 divided by 10 or something like that. Yeah, well, that's 2.5. I don't know. Whatever. I think it's probably. Well, I just 16 and it does seem to be pretty much the same. Not much of the. Oh well. 20 megapixel selfie camera. Yeah, I had a difficulty in regards of figuring it out. Oops, stop. Uh-oh. Hmm. Well, I guess it's pretty nice with the speaker, so you can just put something on and you have the phone with you. Um, that's not a bad thing, you know. It's always nice to have some sound with you. Yeah, I guess you can, you know, then you wouldn't have. Guess I wouldn't have need much of the other thing in regards of a speaker, you know. Of course, the speaker would be in the mobile. You know, a powerful smartphone needs a powerful battery. It gets even more convenient when you power it up using a charging dock. You know, I guess it's not a bad thing to have it. But usually, you wouldn't have it. You know, you would have it on you, right? I wonder if it can handle salt water. It does say that you can handle water, but is that salt water? Without compromising any components, yeah. Well, built to last, built to endure. Well, the thing is, the battery will have its, the battery always dies. And when the battery dies, then you need a new phone, right? Then it's useless. You only have like 4. I don't know if you can make it smaller on the screen, but it only shows like 4 icons. That's not. It's pretty big, And if you're not able to make things smaller, that's kind of not so good. At least you wouldn't have that many. You wouldn't have that many icons on one screen. You would need to at least use more screens for. I guess that might not be a bad thing, because then you have the low thing where you can. And I guess put it into categories like that. And work that as a folder as well. That might not be so bad. You know. What's this? That's much more expensive. ATM Glory Pro 5G Unlocked Rock. What is this? Is this something new that they released or something like that? Top thermal camera resolution 25p. Maybe that's a new version of the phone. But that's a lot more expensive, that's for sure. Okay, this is another ATM Glory Pro. Okay, we should take a look on that. Okay, I think I've seen that actually before in regards of the. It does seem to still have a speaker on it. It doesn't really say if there's any jack stick on it. Maybe that's the next version of this phone. But a lot more expensive. $800. That would be double the amount, and it's up at the level of the. Let's see. Let's see what we have here. Video.
Alright, now we're taking it up another notch. This phone right here, the ATM Glory Pro, breaks not one, but 2 records. Look at this thing. What a beast. The first record is speaker. The product description is pretty amusing. It says you will have no chance to ignore any phone calls, but you should warn your friends in advance, else they may think it's an earthquake alarm. I'm really excited about this one actually, because normal
And then it stopped. I'm like, okay, so where's the rest of it?
Alright, so now we're taking it up another notch. This phone right here, the Glory Pro also has, I think this is so cool, world's strongest flashlight film.
I do wonder if the other one actually do have the flashlight, but I didn't know that they actually had a greater model apparently. The AGM Glory Pro. So what is the other one called? That is a lot cheaper. That's the AGM H5 Pro. So I guess this must be the new model, or at least more expensive. Top thermal camera resolution. Okay. Still have that dump version as well. That seemed to be. That also seems to have this speaker. At least one of them. All this does have a huge speaker as well, with in regards to the dump phone. Like the good old days, I guess. There was some difference in regards of some of them actually had this old mode where you just, that would be actually, you know, in regards to the old mode, in regards to writing an SMS, you could write an SMS very quickly if you know, if that worked one, you know, if it worked good, you could really quickly, you know, write a message. If it worked as it should, right? And the little screen, and then as well have it as a little speaker with you. Now I guess that would be pretty cool, right? That's probably, that's $50, right, for a dumb phone. Of course, you wouldn't actually have the ability to take your Bible with you, like in the with the one that actually have Android. I do wonder, there's like AGM H5, right, Pro, and then you have the Glory version, but again, expensive. Let's see here, Rocket smartphone, you have the AGM Glory Pro, G1S, okay, let's take it from an end here. This is the AGM H3. There's not any speaker in that, it seems. Nope. Well, not a big speaker anyway, and of course one of the biggies would, well, actually, by the way, the Glory Pro, what does it, you know, if it doesn't have anything in regards of I have 8GB, 256, yeah, whatever, charging, but what does it have, you know, does it have in regards of, it doesn't really say if it has a jack stick, you know. Other features: wireless charging, wireless Bluetooth, blah blah, GPS, sensor, quick charge, dual mic, noise reduction, compatible with charging dock. Wait, we have something. Expandable up to 512GB micro SD, not include. Well, okay, yeah. So it does have, at least it has micro SD, so it's interesting because it says it's running the latest Android 11, so that must actually be an older version of the, I guess, than the other one. So so I don't know why that would be so much more expensive. Is the resolution greater or something like that, or something? Visualize the heat. Industrial top thermal camera is, I guess the other one doesn't have the thermal camera. Maybe it's the thermal camera that is like the huge thing that makes it so expensive, or something like that. Yeah, I guess it must be the, you know, this one, the AGM Glory Pro. It does have. Well, anyway, maybe I should see if I can find a review or something like that and see. I guess it must be the thermal camera that is incredible expensive. Did I actually write the... I don't know if I actually wrote the... Yeah, it says the 9, okay. The AGM Glory GT, that's the G1. Cat S32VS carbon, blah 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 blah. Yes, that's a 2-month. I have the AGM Glory G1S, but that doesn't seem to have a speaker, does it? I don't know. With the world's most advanced thermal camera. Yeah, well.
Alright guys, welcome to this video.
Apparently it says it fails. Well, they tell him to, thanks for your review of the AGM A5. Please contact our customer service if you have any questions. Thanks. It only lasted 1 week. Oh, he says it failed in regards of water damage and all that. Apparently tried to put it in, let's see what the difference is between this. They show how much weight they're weighing and all that nonsense and all that. It's a pretty heavy device. Let's get some speed on this. Water resistance, blah blah blah. Yeah, let's see the other things, right? Takes way too long. Oh, we can go faster. Oh, well, if the internet can screen to body ratio. Okay. Well, it does have a little more resolution than the other one, but I don't really care about that. But there we go with the 19.5 ratio thing. Yeah. Guess YouTube is slow. Having its issues following along. Like, could we look at some of the things that I would actually be interested in, like it does get in regards of, oh, here we go, it gets more of I guess they have more kernels than they had in the past, right? Why couldn't they just fix Why? I don't know. Someone is writing why to what? Kind of a difference in regards of it's using 32 or 64 bit. You know what? Yeah. Well, anyway. I have the. Well, that's the T1. Laser for length and all that. Yeah. Does have a loudspeaker apparently. Yeah, I don't know. H5. So 109 decibel, radio. Yeah. 7,000 water resist. What about the jack stick? Does it say jack stick here? Let's see a jack stick. Should, because it does have jack stick as far as I know, but it doesn't seem to show on the information in regards of. Why wouldn't they advertise with the jack stick if there's a jack stick? You know, it doesn't make any sense. Let's see, we have the Glory SE, the world's largest speaker. That's also pretty. That's not too expensive either. But again, what's the big difference between them? You know, couldn't they have made like a page where you could actually see the biggie difference? Like, why would you get one, you know, besides the other, right? You know. And this says Android 11 as well, so maybe the Pro is just. See if it says Android 12, it doesn't really say. It should come with Android 12. But it doesn't say. Interesting. Video playback 21 hours. Okay. Standby 423 and gaming 10 hours. That doesn't seem much. 10 hours gaming? With a big bar, I guess. Guess it might also be one of the bigger charging dock supported. Yeah, here we say Android 12, safe, effortless, enhanced. I don't know. So no battery changing. Yeah. It's kind of like if you are traveling, it's much better to charge a battery somewhere than a phone, because no one wanna steal a battery. You know, why would they steal a battery, right? But a phone, that's something to steal. 35mm earphone. Oh, here it actually says 35mm jack stick, but I guess it takes probably an image instead of text. Yeah. So when you search, you don't find it. Okay, so at least the mobile I'm still always looking at, it actually doesn't say how much it weighed. At least I couldn't find it. The world's largest speaker. Well, all of them have kind of ATM Glory 6,200 milliamp battery, so smaller battery, Android 11. So if it was with Android 12, you would think that they would say, so they must be older versions that has been released. Although, of course, that doesn't mean that they're worse. Let's see here. 6,200 milliamp, yeah, whatever. Let's see if we go further down if they have the same idea of. Oh, choose your glory. It's time for you to choose your glory, and here we go. Top model, touch. Oh, here we can actually see the Glory SE, the Glory, and the Glory Pro. Two of them have night vision, one have thermal image, and they both, okay, memory 128, 258. Well, they don't really say if they take an SD card, but I guess they do. But what about the jack stick and all that? That's kind of, oh, here we go, Type-C port and 3.5mm earphone plug. That's nice, I guess most of their versions, then have that. So choose your glory. Yeah, well, that's. We also have the Glory G1S. I guess it doesn't have a speaker. Yeah, I guess it's without a big speaker. Has something in the middle. I guess that's for. Okay. Supports fast charging, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a big speaker, but it does have thermal camera. Can be hanged by a lanyard. Okay. I guess that's not too, bad, that you can actually fix your mobile so it doesn't go lost. Yeah, no speaker on this one. Okay. So Rocket Smart, we have the Pro, Glory, and SE. Let's see what was the difference of it. Let's see if they have it again. So the SE is the worst. Okay. And the Glory Standard is the better. And then you have the Glory Pro, which is better, I guess. Okay. So that's how they. I guess a thermal camera wouldn't be bad to check things for heat and all that, and but the price is way above what yeah, that's not it's way too expensive. Much better with the other one. Much cheaper. So but interesting. I can see, they check the computer for heating, for example. I can see the idea of it, that you can check things with. There we go with the other brands in regards to this very low resolution. Interesting. It looks interesting in regards to the heat and what gives off more heat and all that. Arctic battery can be used in minus 40 Celsius. 1 hour usage under minus 4 Celsius. I think I would be have it so nice if I was 22 hours usage under minus 27 C. Well, I guess, actually that would be nice in regards to cold things, because in regards to the mobile I have, it would work better. Under, no, of course not under supreme cold, but under lower. The toughest reinformed frame. Doesn't really care. But it is apparently pretty hard to break. And only one step from being bulletproof. Okay. High resolution, so I guess that's one of the things. They have higher resolutions on this. I don't really care about that. With floating frame. It says have 20 MP infrared night vision camera. Well, the other one has that as well, so I guess the only big difference is we have some, you can use it as a headlight as well. I do wonder in regards to the camera, isn't there any light in there in regards to the camera? Thermal imaging. Well, there's night camera leads. Oh, there we go with the flashlight. We do have a flashlight on it. It should be on the other one as well, that you would be able to use as a light source. But you actually have a pretty powerful dual torch module on the top. So you could use it as of course I usually have this one. This kind of works itself out and you don't have to have it in your hands. So, and Twin2 results. AGM times 3, Snapdragon, AGM T1, I don't know, is that the, I don't really understand those results because okay. Okay. There you have the big screen and all that. Yeah. Again, so stupid, right? If you buy the phone, which you might not be able to I don't know if this one can actually be opened up, but the other one can't at least. So, well, anyway. Nah, I think I will go with the other one. If anything, that is less than half the price, and the battery will die anyway, right? And the big difference really is the thermal camera, as far as I can see. A little more space and all that, but that's not really needed if I can do the SD card, and I can. So 128 should be enough for, I have 64 gigabyte. It's not so, it's too little, but 128 it should have double the amount. Although the system might be bigger on the newer phones, they tend to the Android systems tend to grow more and more and more. It's ridiculous, of course, but yeah. So that needs more and more space. 128 gigabyte, yeah, that should be good enough. So maybe I should try this. I just think it might be too heavy for me in regards of daily use. And the changing of batteries is not there either. I don't really care about the rugged ability. Of course, it's nice that it doesn't break when you just drop it. At least as the LG V20 that I have here didn't really break either when you dropped it. Besides just, besides this little break of the screen here I had. But that's like after 6 years of dropping the LG multiple times. I don't have count how many times I dropped these LG V20 phones without breaking, but a lot. So okay, so it'll be around 100 grams heavy, I guess, or more. I don't know. I don't think it will be comfortable. Who knows? But again, speaker, I don't really know, the infrared camera and all that nonsense. I guess it's okay, It's not something needed. Oh, we have the flashlight. Oh, we do have a flashlight on this device. Apparently, it's on the front. So we do have some kind of backside flashlight, which I guess is used for the camera as well. There's some kind of macro camera. I don't know if that's for small stuff or something like that. Well, okay. And 48 megapixel of standard camera. All these cameras and all that, right? Giant 7,000 milliamp battery. Yeah. Yeah, I just... It says it supports 128 gigabyte TF card. Well, it should be able to do the biggest one. It's typical that they say that it supports, when it actually supports 1 terabyte. Should not have any issues with that. That's more RAM, newer system. Yeah. I think it's also pretty smart with the other non-smartphones that they have. If you could actually just use them to play MP3 files and all that, you would have a pretty standard phone, I guess, for pretty cheap with a huge speaker. That would be, and you can open that up. You can't apparently open these other. Well, don't they sell? I think I guess that was maybe the M5. AGMH3. That's the no. Okay. Oh, these are the smartphones. Okay. So we have the feature phones. Okay. So we have the feature phone M6 and M7. I think there was something about the M6 actually having the feature of the good old school, and you can change the battery on it as well. That's nice. That's very nice. How does the battery look? And you have a, oh, it's pretty nice. Yeah, the battery does seem to look like good old days, with the able to charge it maybe with a outside charging device. If you can, get replaceable batteries. Associaries, that must be where you could get batteries maybe. I don't see any batteries. I see bubble free tempered glass protective, fiber case, APM Hunter pack. Where's the batteries? There's a charging dock and all that, but and charging dock for that, but no extra batteries. Well, it's $100, $119. Wasn't it $50? I thought it was like $50. I found something, right? Well, let's go backward. Something cost 50. Here we go. Oh, it's the discharging dock. Oh, okay. Apparently you can get a discharging dock with this phone. Interesting. And you can change the battery on it. Is there any jack stick in it, I wonder? On those small standard? Of course, if you didn't want to have a smartphone, just go old days and all that, then this would actually probably be a pretty good choice. Let's see, AGM-M7. I have speaker, big speaker in both of them. I think someone held a review and talked about that one actually had where you write and it figure things out in regards of what you're writing, whereas the other one did not. So, it's of course wow, it's bigger than I actually thought. It does look pretty big when you but you can't really use it as a tool. No. But interesting idea, at least if you want like to go back in time, where we had these, and then actually also have a pretty big speaker on it. Yeah. And I guess a little camera. That was not so good cameras if I recall correctly. Yeah, besides that, it actually looks pretty neat. $100 for okay, anyway. But I think this one will be the one I want to try out, if anything. Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheaper at least than a lot of the others. Positive, speaker. Negative, no replaceable battery. And again, batteries don't last, they just break down. And I got some of the batteries for this one, of the smaller batteries, and they begin to grow, and batteries just doesn't last. They just break at some point. So yeah. Trying to sort it out in my mind here. If I should try it out. It's a hard choice. Weight 360 grams. Let's see how much this weighs. Oh, I think it's 200 and something, which is a lot less. It's so important that things can withstand, water. Apparently, it's just like, how many times does people take their mobile in water, right? Well, maybe if they take 246 grams is this one. 246 grams. Let's see. Let's see how much it was. 146. So that's 120 grams more. This one is probably closer to the weight. Let's feel how that is. And that feels too big. That's 303, and already 300 grams is also pretty bulky, and probably the other one would probably even be more bulky, big and all that. But maybe the grabbing system is made better or something like that. But this just doesn't feel, this doesn't feel so good to have in your hands. It doesn't really fit my hands. When you have this huge case, and it's probably, the other phone is probably bigger than this, so maybe. So I guess the speaker is the one that they actually measure in regards of the broadness and all that. 60 grams more. Oh my. Here we have the dimensions, 2.3 centimeters. But I guess it's in regards to the speaker, but still, this is still pretty big, but it's not 2.3 centimeters, so I can't remember how big it is, but it's, let's see here. Oh, it's 2 centimeters. Okay, but not, I guess it might maybe be a little slimmer than if the speaker does go out. So it's 120 gram more than what I usually feel like is okay, But I do get a bigger speaker, if I do go that direction. And I guess a faster CPU as well. Can't change the battery, but does have a jack stick, micro SD, so I can take all my. Resolution is lower than what I have, which is fine. Might actually be a good thing. But it also depends if the icons, I don't know if I can actually make the icons smaller. That you might not be able to. So if I only have like 4 icons on a screen, that's not much. I think I have like 5 icons or something like that. This, yeah. Well, that's 1 row less, right? I guess I could just use some more of these and actually not put things in folders, actually, like I've done here, and just fix these folders out on different screens. I could actually also do that already, because I have way more of these, and you could just go directly into the folder by, pushing. That's, of course, I really didn't understand why, I don't tend to use much of these, and you can make a lot more. And I guess I could just fix some of, the Bible apps or something like that, put that on one screen, or, yeah. So I guess it doesn't really matter if you can only do 4. I'll just have to rethink my way to do it, right? This one could be on one screen, this one could be on one screen, this one could be on one screen, and this one could be on one screen, I guess, and so forward. And fix them out. This one could be on one screen, right, for music instead of in a folder. Yeah. I guess I could do that and then just use the space of this as well. Yeah. And use that as folders. I could do that. Yeah, just use it a little differently. That might not be... Yeah, that might be... why is it... okay, apparently put... I should be able to fix this down here, right? There we go. Can have like 7 icons in the... Probably can have less on the other one. I'm not sure what you can do in regards of editing on the other phone, but I guess I can sort things out in regards of some of the... Yeah. Of course, another good thing to actually have your data on the micro SD is if the mobile breaks, you can still get your data out. Of course, it's nearly impossible to get your data out if it's some kind of chip on the motherboard. Even if you knew what chip it was on, how are you going to, access it, if it breaks, if something breaks. So, that's typical. Of course, they should have made something where you could just take things off. MP3, WAV, and AAC, but of course, if you can install your own things, you can run other things. Okay, maybe I should just go for it. With charging dock, quantity 1, add it to chart. Oh, okay, let's okay, that's 350. Does it say it actually with charging dock? Okay, that would be 359 US. The question is if I'm going to pay more when it gets into the... There's another place where I can order it from as well. In Europe, I think. The question is what... there was someone else written... I was also looking on the Samsung Galaxy X Fold 4, but it's kind of expensive. And that would probably also... Yeah, but it would be nice to just have a... the Android phones are most likely tuned for not for not using too much power, right? It's just... That's a lot of resources to put out on something that is oh, so we didn't have the jack stick on that one, and we didn't. Okay. I don't know how loud the speaker would be in regards to the other one. The most unusual rugged phone ever 4 months ago. That's another review. Oops. I really don't care. Burn it as a steak, you know. Okay. It looks big. Oh, 3.3. And then some light. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, it goes into some of the extra. Let's see here. So okay, let's go and see. It's interesting. Haven't seemed to have any warnings of battery with this, you know. Well, interesting. I guess it is held up pretty good in regards of running on. Oh, why can't I see anything in regards of the camera? Or maybe the cameras. What's the camera? Can't even remember. There we go. Oops. Maybe I just need to turn this way if I'm going to. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, seems to have been going pretty good so far. It's interesting because I don't see the thing for changing screen, but maybe he doesn't have more than one. Speaker is interesting for sure, to have a good speaker with you in your phone and you can just fix whatever and just, because the small speaker in the LG V20 is absolutely not, although if you actually jailbreak the phone, there was this wonderful application, but sadly you can't install it if you don't jailbreak it, and when you jailbreak the LG V20, so many things goes wrong and it's just not worth it. But you can absolutely get more out of the speaker with this application that is, well, you can install the application I have. You can actually do it without you can actually do it without all this
Er du alene, og keder du dig? Giver andre datingtjenester ikke det, du leder efter præcis din kommende kæreste? Så skal du bestemt tjekke Yumi ud. Yumi, det er 100% gratis, og det giver dig 100% det resultat, du leder efter din kommende kæreste.
Why does it start this nonsense? It sounded like an advertising coming. Anyway, if you use TC Media Player, you can change the speaker, but even with this, it's still not that loud. But it absolutely does give you more. But there was another application you could get on Android if it was I don't know what this thing is at the. Anyway, there are other things that are. Let me turn it around here. But there's a wonderful application, Viber 4 or something like that, if you have rooted your device. Yeah, that would be actually wonderful, because if you have, yeah, that would be wonderful. Yeah.
Okay, I have to show you something, guys. Look, I'm just outside in my garden in the house, which I was currently fixing, and we built this up with a closet. Just want to see that. There were sheer nuts and hard boxes. But look how clearly you can see the.
He's using the night vision and all that, so. Okay, let's try to ask him, can you have icons that fall in a row? How does multiple pages look on Android? Okay, I guess you should be able to make more pages, and I guess if I have less icons for that, I should just be able to do this thing where I actually break it out like that, which actually, why not, if you can just figure out what place you will put these, that's, yeah. I'm still running 2 hours and 20 minutes, and the mobile is still running. Hasn't failed yet. How hot is it? Oh, here we go with the basic copper thing. Let's see here. That's on this side. This side is used as getting rid of, over here. You can feel it's hot, but it's not that hot, Which is kind of interesting that it's not getting hotter at the moment. I don't know what this thing, graphic issue or something like that. See the CPU monitor, 62. It's still keeping lower than the CPU. So the CPU in itself is also at the lowest. Let's try to see if I can. I downloaded some of these, but that shouldn't really take it up, should it? It probably will be hard for it to to run. Let's try it out. There we go. Let's just stop that. Select track. Okay, let's just take first one. And let's just go. Sound is terrible, I think. It's just a waste of time. This stuff. Yeah, but anyway, it is what it is. Terrible. Why do I, just wasting time on nonsense. Maybe it got a little heater, who knows. I guess I could benchmark or something like that. Oh, I have had it up a little. Wonder, is this actually going for the most graphics? Can I set any graphic up in this one? And a little bit. And this is kind of terrible, boring game as well. Because you just need to get one car up and running, and then you pretty much have the, you can. There's no resistance at all, so it becomes very quickly boring. No, there's nothing in regards of only sound, apparently. Only sound and no graphic things, apparently. Quick race, multiplayer, nope. Quick race, well, whatever, just. Well, let's try, see if it. Oh, it's kind of pickups, blah 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 blah. Let's see. Oh no. Maybe this is actually more interesting than the other thing. I don't know. Do all get, maybe everybody gets a full, upgraded car or something like that, but still, you start in the front and it gets kind of boring very quickly, and they could have made it so much better, but they didn't. Just focused on nonsense. It's boring, right? I'm nearly at the lead. The lead again, I guess. Well, I'm nearly passing them. That's the word, right? And so, kind of, just no resistance. That's pretty much the game overall. It's boring. Do you get anything out of this? Oh, we got first position, right? But do you get anything from it? Or is it just nothing? In regards of, do you get some resources to help you? Probably not. So, yeah. So boring. I guess there's no graphic either on these things. I guess the number 2 game of this is, but I guess it was at least more difficult, but still. It's lagging a little. Yeah, there we go. We lost my finger, apparently, for driving. Well, as you can see, it's not really difficult at all to take a freebie and, I nearly get all around. Oh, now we got some problems in regards to the screen again. Apparently it has some issues in keeping my finger to the wheel. But besides that, it's not hard, Nearly there, right? It's not running totally smooth, but it's running while we are. But it should, as far as I know, keep the CPU pretty. It's not that, still not that hot. I don't know. Apparently it's keeping it pretty good. Oh, go away. I guess it's using the graphic more or something like that than the CPU or something like that, because we clearly don't have a Yeah, it would be interesting to check if could I actually I guess it would be nice to see if what actually gets hot in the mobile, what specific chips are really getting hot and all that, and well, then there's the sailfish option. Then you will need to get a mobile and fix it with and that the question apparently as far as I know, they should also support number 3, but yeah, just kidding. Yep. Anyway, we have some pure copper foil sheet, thin, and again, I might be able to maybe use some of this thin coil thing and maybe have some kind of glue or something like that that keeps it to the, well, I guess the pressure will still keep it. Or maybe one could actually make some so it actually keeps it pressed down to the CPU by just having a little more, and then keep the sheet going out if that's possible into the battery and maybe down into the bottom of the battery thing and just put the battery in there and see if it actually works in regards of heating dispersed from that place. Then you would have 2 ways of the heating being able to disperse. That should help if that's the place where the heat is really coming from, if there's no other places. So some videos right in regards to it. Copper foil for heat issues, heat issues. copper foil tape. And here we copper modded. Oh, it's in regards of where he used these copper things. Those are only square. Here we have some copper tape. He's making a circuit apparently. With the copper apparently. I guess the glue is. I have copper foil tape. I do have some tape. I'm just not sure it's actually. Oh, I have someone. Thinking of. Anyway. Okay, so the guy apparently don't have access to the mobile anymore. Guess he might have given it away. Dual side conductive. So copper foil tape with dual side conductivity. Adhesive tape. Oh, here we go. The tape provides EMF and shielding. Well, it's not shielding I'm looking for. Well, they do put it in the mobile, but apparently it's put in the mobile because of protection. That's kind of not the thing I was thinking about, but okay. Now you can get it in different sizes. But yeah, if you could just get, enough copper and from the plate and let it move out into the copper out in there, it would be wonderful. But yeah. I don't know. Copper, tape, copper. But maybe there can be a problem in regards of the if I actually do that, that would be copper tape for heat issues. Heat. Thermal adhesive tape. Let's see.
Resistor and also on top of the heats. During how fast the heating gets approximately to the same temperature as our transistor. And if that time span is shorter or longer will depend
Yeah, okay. Who knows? Making a heatsink with only 7.72 of copper.
In general, I don't have a problem with buying high quality tools. As you can see behind me, I've got a bandsaw here, and I've got various other workshop tools. But I want to do a arch top neck. What I'm going to make, what is it? There's a solder. I'm also not really too concerned about whether or not I ruin this soldering iron. It's a fairly inexpensive one from standard home center, and so if it turns out that the adhesive is getting all inside the barrel and I can't use it, then this will just kind of permanently become one of these stick tools. So the smoke is dying down, pouring a bit. Kind of smells like, and so it's gonna keep getting the heat. I mean, this is as safe as having a hot metal stick would be, I suppose. So now I'm gonna touch the end and see how hot it is. Okay, so it is making some considerable steam. Get it inside. It's like
So what's the point of this?
certainly on the right track.
Whatever. Okay, that was kind of wasteless, I think. I don't know what the point was of that.
This is sheet with 1.4. Not much difference. These sheets are very thin, not much thicker than household aluminum foil. You can tear both with your hands, or cut them easily with scissors,
Perfect.
or punch out various shapes with a paper punch.
Perfect. Ooh. That's perfect. Maybe.
Also wrinkles to the touch. These are often used to wrap
Maybe you could actually just use aluminum.
or with other paper or fabric wraps, and also for electrical manufacturing, and research and development.
Aluminum should be pretty. That should be pretty good as well, right? Aluminum. Aluminum. I think they use aluminum, right? Usually copper or aluminum to. So maybe I can just use some aluminum paper. Maybe, aluminum use as aluminum paper. That's just aluminum paper, isn't it? This cannot be called heatsink. Aluminum foil is too thin to have any thermal inertia and will not have capacity to dissipate heat at the rate of which it is generated. Heatsink is usually well, they say no. It must have enough thermal inertia and capacity to absorb heat generated by the element and simultaneously dissipate to surroundings. Heatsink is usually given thin. Well, apparently I don't know. Oh, I didn't know that actually. The mat side has not been post-treated with manufacturing of aluminum foil in order to be suitable to come in touch with consumable food, so it's used as the inside of the wrapping. The polished surface proposed to use to be the outside surface of the aluminum foil wrapping in order to reflect the harmful radiation from reaching the wrapped consumable. I didn't know that. Maybe that's why sometimes. So. One of the. Okay, so the mat side has not been post-treated with manufacturing of aluminum foil in order to be suitable to come in touch with so the mat side has not been post-treated with after manufacturing of aluminum foil in order to be suitable to come in touch with consumable food. So it's used as the inside of wrapping. The polished surface proposed use is to be the outside surface of the aluminum foil wrapping in order to reflect harmful radiation from reaching the wrapped consumable. Aluminum foil polished surface stops in high percentage the radiation only, and not the conduction or convection. So even if a sandwich is wrapped in aluminum foil and put in the furnace, it will be heated anyway. On the other hand, if an aluminum foil wrapped sandwich is left to the sun beams, it will absorb much less energy in form of heat than is its left without wrapping. Okay, so that's the idea, I guess, of it. It is such a small area that it would act like a wire where it would transfer a small amount of energy, where it would draw heat quickly and distribute it through the atmosphere. But the amount of heat that would be drawn away would be minimal, so in theory it could work, but would it work the way you wanted it to? So I suppose if the application was small enough, I might. Okay, so as though I suppose if the application was small enough, I might. Yeah, why not try to use some aluminum, and put that in the mobile and see if I can, without breaking it. I think I'll try it. Probably should be. guess I didn't. Now let's see how big it is. Well, it's something I have, right? Let's see how. Oh, it's. So we have so this surface is the one that we wanna, if we pack something apparently. Well, I still have I don't know in regards of, I try to make food with aluminium and I don't think it's so good. But anyway, let's see here. Let's see how. Well, it kind of says 0. So it's not. It's very, very, very slim. I guess one could. So, guess I could double it up and let it come together. I don't know if let's see if I had something that I could. It should disperse the heat if I warm it up, right? It should be. I take some light. Well, I guess. Okay, we'll take this one. Let's say that the CPU is down at this level, and let's see what happens. Well, let's turn it off. So the idea, of course, if I heat this off, the heat should travel, but I don't know how. I can actually see through the aluminium, so it must be very, very, very thin. So I do wonder if you can actually see through the aluminium, if it actually breaks it. Doesn't really feel that it's really hot. I guess this one needs we should try to give it some let's try that. Apparently the aluminium tends to melt, and then apparently maybe there's some kind of thing that it's made to. Usually they don't have problems with this one. this? Yeah. It's like there's something making it. Something that makes it go broke. Apparently. Typical, right? Yeah. With a little light. Isn't that just typical? Nah. Oh, that's typical. Oh, yeah, that's just typical. How can I test it? What do I have that gets hot? Oh, maybe maybe if I lay it on the surface of this, that would be probably. Let's just try to make an aluminium thing here. Give it some surface area. Pack it down. Okay. And then put it on as a flat surface on this. I need something that can wait. Of course, it shouldn't be some kind of thing that actually takes away the. Well, maybe let's try this one. There we go. And press that down onto the surface of the heated. Let's see if it heats up. I don't know. Probably doesn't work very good. But still, if you could get this into the mobile and just fix it on top of it, press it down and let it come out of the mobile and fix a surface where the battery is, maybe it would take some of it away. It doesn't have to be heavily, as long as it works. Maybe fix some paste inside of it and just smear a small thing out on the whole thing, and then just pack it together and I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe it's just not worth the time to do it, you know. I don't know how much this will get heated, if anything. Oh, actually, do I have something that could press down? Oh, I have this one. Let's try that. And that's some kitchen. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it's a bad idea. But anyway, the mobile doesn't seem to have actually gone overboard in regards to heat, so that's good. So far, so good, I guess. I don't know. Here we have some aluminum that's heatsink material. That's probably bigger than. I don't know. Maybe I should just give up on it. But it might be possible to do. Because you can get the foil right in there and just get it out to the battery and just fix it with paste and all that. I would think it would be. Can you use aluminum foil instead of thermal paste? Let's find out. Okay. That's actually interesting, actually, if that would be possible. Although it's still metal, right? But, it is somewhat of a... Alright. Let's see what he finds out. Does it double the side, or how many? It seems like he's doubling the paper, okay. And he puts it on the CPU with a double, and then he puts that. Okay, let's see. Okay, that was not, that was a negative thing in regards to apparently the CPU got pretty hot, but he didn't use any thermal paste, so, but you would still need to use thermal paste. I actually wonder that thing that is actually put on, I don't think it actually has thermal paste underneath it. You know, you have this thing about, I'm not sure. I remember that video where he took it off in regards of on YouTube. Maybe it doesn't stick totally. Well, maybe it does. Anyway, LG V20 cooling, something of that nature. Maybe I should just check the. Here we go with the mod. Let's see.
Minutes later, alcohol maybe acute or something.
So that's the thing, and then he.
Paste, get that cleaned off.
Yeah, okay. There's this aluminium thing above it, but it's, you know, the question is, I guess they should have thought, but he takes it off.
Wait. I may not be supposed to do this. I'm breaking my phone. Well. I decided to.
Take it away. So we took it away, and then there's a chip underneath it. Oh, picture. But that chip doesn't really have anything on it, you know. So it has just this cover, you know, cover thing over it. That doesn't really have. I wonder if you actually, you know, opened it up, this cover thing, put a little of this thing in, and then closed it off. It would, if that would be better connection. Maybe not, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe it would be getting worse. Who knows? Lee does fix a lot of, and he fixes multiple plates. Interesting enough, these plates seems pretty solid, while they should be very thin. But maybe copper is, you know. I guess maybe this is because this is even slimmer. Maybe it's like 0.05 or something, maybe even more. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, get it next one. It's not. It's finished. But it's finished moving only this area. Not hard to tell. Thus far, no, I do not see any what looks like pushing on the screen or anything. And yeah, I do 6. And do some more paste. Guess I'll insert the
Yeah, I don't know. Do a CPU throttling test. I still don't understand this throttling text. Performance over time. Also, it's performance over time compared to. It's not really of a difference, is it? Nope. It's just very little. At least if that's the number. Max GPU is a little higher, but still nothing of a huge. Oh wait, this is the yellow one, temperature 80 degrees. I see 80, 70 now, but I don't know. And it's really hard to figure out what this. Maybe I need to try it myself before, but I don't know what application he's using, you know. So. So that didn't really help me. I was thinking. Yeah, well, anyway, let's get the idea out there. There might be someone that is maybe a little more, you know. Okay. Is that a terminal? Yes, that's a kind of heatsink hack apparently for something. Aluminium foil heatsink, keep lit. Oh, lids in check. Interesting. So he's apparently use aluminium thing to keep. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm again using way too much time on this nonsense. Oh, here we have, you know, aluminium, how to solder, copper sheet metal. I should be able to try it out with standard aluminium, if anything. Well, anyway. How thin is, let's see, how thin is aluminum paper? Probably very thin. Standard household foil is typical 0.0116 millimeters. So I would need a lot of wrappings to just get to one. Okay, that's not very much. That's a lot of wrappings. So that would be absolute better to have something that 0.06. Let's see here, calculator. To have the same effect, it's like, okay, let's see, 0.1 divided with 0.0116. That's 6.25 times to just get one. So I would need to do that good amount of time to just to get to 3, right? So let's see 0.3 divided with 0.016, 18 times. 18 times. Then I would get to 0.3, but of course, you know, that might not be so easy with this. Yeah, well, but it's a lot thinner than yeah. I would, you know, you would get, yeah, it would be nice with something that was less thin. This is even 0.006 millimeters. So it could be very, very, very. Yeah, we have like different pieces of. Yeah. Anyway. CLFix OS. Yeah, but they don't even set it with a mobile. Would kind of have been nice. CLFix OS, don't be evil. Dave Kid. Oh, that's on the Pine Phone 64. Don't be evil. I'll see if how far they've gone with that. Pine Phone. That's from 2021. Well, let's see how far they got with the Pine Phone on those levels.
All the same, browser, and remember, that thing didn't work before on the Pine phone. So before we had to use webcat, which is why this is pre-installed. And webcat is based on huge webkit. Because huge virtualization uses mail here. We'll see that.
Let's see, that's in regards to this.
There's a new smartphone supported by Viola and Selfish OS, and this is this one here. No, this is not the Sony Bria 10 Mark II. This is the 10 Mark III. And to prove to you that the operating system is not working, then the lock screen comes and then you can unlock. So the stabilization is not too worse, but this is still an issue. It's like a proof of concept that video recording on Selfish OS is possible, but it's not looking too great when you.
Yeah. No, anyway, still developing and developing, and that's, they've always developing on something, right? They never come to a thing where it just works as it should, right? It's just very sad. Any thin cover, at least, would maybe be able to, it's great mobile if you could just cool it down a little more. Well, the more the better, right? Let's close that down. That down. I wonder. If the plate that it actually is attached to, maybe that could have been made out of metal or something like that, and maybe actually taking a lot more heat away, but yeah.
Anymore. The iPhones and Samsungs of the world have moved to OLED for that high refresh rate and brighter colors. But if we're being honest, the average non-nerd wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Finally, the bit test. What's the point of a woke, environmentally friendly 5-year warranty if it can't survive a little abuse? And, well, when bit from the back, there's hardly any flex. And we get the same structurally solid results when bit from the front.
So at least it's not too big, right? You know. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah, well, I messed this one up. Yeah, well, anyway, let's close that. Oh, yeah. What's wrong about the Fairphone Bismarck phone camera? Well, I'm still waiting for the paste for my feet. Yeah, let's see, thinking, okay, you can change your battery, but you can't really charge the batteries outside the mobile, so that's kind of, as far as I know. So that's kind of, doesn't really make any sense, so then you need to swap over and charge one, and then, which is just bullshit. Wouldn't then just be easier to have one phone with one battery? I mean, I really don't want to support something so nonsense that you can't even change battery if it breaks, you know. It's just, it's just disgusting. Just things get just more stupider and stupider and stupider. Well, hey, it's still running. Kind of, interesting. Maybe it's not hot enough inside.
Now, on both of those topics, I've been rethinking my specifically on speaking in tongues, and I'm going to explain a little bit more about that in this video. And as a result, they were not skilled in this language, and everybody can understand what I'm saying because that phrase doesn't mean anything.
Oh no, blah 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 blah. We don't wanna. So the Fairphone, yeah, 600. More expensive, get less of things. Well, we still have the SD card. Well, both of them have SD cards. We don't have a jack stick in one of them. Fairphone is probably a lot lighter. Let's see if we can see the weight. Let's see. Fairphone 4 weight. It's probably much closer to a weight than I would. Yeah, 256 grams. That's much closer to sanity than the other one, which was 360, right? So this one that I have is 2040, right? And that's kind of on the nip of being, so like 360. A gigantic phone,
So it's been a little over a month. Under resistance is on such an expensive device like this, and it makes the fold a device that can truly be used out and about, which is the primary benefit of it, in my opinion. And those brushes that live right above the hinge on the two halves of the phone already helped me out big time in my first week of ownership when I dropped my fold into a pile of dirt. I was able to brush out the dirt that would have otherwise gotten into my device, could have compromised it greatly since there is
Yeah, just a huge gap in the pocket, yeah. It's incredible. Prices of this beast is just, just, ridiculous. Like 512, if it was just, if it just had an SD card, you could have taken the smallest version, and it's just ridiculous how much more it cost for more space. I don't know how much a SD card costs these days, but SD card is probably a lot less. Micro SD card, 1 terabyte. Let's see how. Oh, I guess my computer is getting slow here. Let's see what the price is for. Well, this is. Let's see the Extreme. What do we have? Extreme Pro, maybe. I'll go Extreme Pro. Yeah. So that's 1,000 kroners. That would be, well, a little $120, $25 or something like that. And then you have 1 terabyte. If they just made it available that you can have 2 of those in, you're gonna get much more space if you needed it, and you could actually fix that. One micro SD card was for video, and one micro SD was for MP3 files or something like that, right? And you would already have much more space, and the only thing they needed to do was to put it in the phone to make it available. But no. I don't know what the fastest is. Fastest micro SD card, 1 terabyte. But at least the Extreme Pro is the fastest that SanDisk has. So I don't know how many actually. Well, there's some PNI Pro Elite. But yeah, again, how much difference in speed is a good question. I still haven't seen anything bigger than 1 terabyte, so apparently it takes its time. We have also one from Lexa, which is also certified with an A2 mark and all that. So Pro Elite. I don't know if anyone have any benchmark. Let's see if there's any benchmark here. Nope. I don't know why it's so hard to find things like insane storage. Yeah. Here we go. That's January 2023. Let's see what he. That's not the highest. No, that's smaller cards that they're testing. So. Kind of not going to help in regards to the speed if you don't, I guess you get an idea. The Lexa Professional, right? Tested, blah blah blah. Where's my SanDisk Extreme Pro? Actually, it's kind of low compared to some of these others, but again, low. It's not that low actually, but it's low in its tested write sequence compared to the others. Well, maybe it's just maybe. Tested write, tested read, tested. Yeah, it's kind of hard because again they're not only taking 1 terabyte card, so I don't know. Now maybe there is one of these 1 terabyte card that is faster. There we go. Let's see what this 7 fastest SD. Well, what speed test? I guess it also depends in regards to the connection of the port. I don't know, it must be Silicon Power 1 terabyte superior micro SD. Faster than SanDisk at less than half the price. Well, that's what they say, okay. SanDisk Extreme Pro, my review, and still going strong as both portable backup cards and for shooting, blah blah. So when Silicon reached out to me to try the 1 terabyte Silicon Superior mic, suggesting that it was just as quick but less expensive than SATs, I had to blah blah blah. Yeah, but yeah, you have the A1 in regards to the A2 and blah blah. We don't want a A1 because we're going to use it for applications, right? Well, I guess not that, but you know, that means it's not so fast at the lower end. Well, if I get that one, or micro SD card over into it, jack stick, well, still have jack stick and charge it with the USB. Can't change the battery. I'll have to fix it through the cable. Very annoying, but or put it in a, you know, yeah. Close that down as well. Yeah, just don't, you know, they don't make it, you know, if they just make micro SD cards for fold. I think there were some other folds that existed, but I don't know, fold, phone with micro SD. Maybe there's nothing. There was one that but that was not micro SD. That was something else, right? So. Just nonsense that they wouldn't make it able to have an SD card in it. Brain, come on, delete this one, delete that one. I want to use more time on this. That's the videos.
What's up, guys? Shane Stars here. The Galaxy Z Fold 4 just launched. As one of the only.
Yeah. Too expensive. Yeah, you can maybe, you know, if you have it a year or two, something like that, and then the battery breaks breaks down and all that, and what do you have? Well, a phone you can't use. It's like leashing something, right? You leash something, and when the battery's done, it's done. It's like borrowing, leashing. I guess leashing something. Yeah, that's a. Just. Oh, that was in regards to intense debates.
Good evening, folks. Ken Holton here at the crew at Dinosaur Adventureland in Lenox, Alabama. We believe the Bible is literally true and scientifically accurate. God made the world in 6 days, just like He said He did, and everything was made in 6 days. So dinosaurs lived with man; they did not live millions of years ago. That's why we have Dinosaur Adventureland. With me tonight, Gary DeMar from Georgia, Presbyterian, who takes a slightly different position on end times, and we're going to discuss what on earth is about to happen, for heaven's sake, tonight. My book I wrote on the topic in my chart. He said, you disagree. I've never had anybody disagree with me on anything, brother. This is brand new. You disagree on a few things? Your hand on, woman. Okay. So I'm going to discussion slash debate, whatever you want to call it. He asked if I would go first and present my position, and then he will present his position equal time. Then just have a discussion back and forth over particular topics. Is that the goal, brother?
Yes, and I'll start with the rapture first, because of the rapture.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'll start off then. I think we can all agree the world is in a royal mess. Okay, there are wars and rumors of wars and famines and pestilence and violence, and it's getting worse. I think most folks would agree we've got problems on planet Earth. Everyone is expecting their Messiah, somebody to come save the world. Okay, who's going to come straighten out this mess? The Jews have been weeping and wailing at their wailing wall, hoping the Messiah would come soon to save them and straighten out the mess. The Muslims teach their people that someday the Mahdi, the 12th Imam, will come and save the planet. The 12th Imam, the coming of the Mahdi. There are many good books on this topic if you want to read about that. They teach their people that the 12th Imam is going to come and fix everything and force everybody to submit to Allah or kill them. Okay? The 12th Imam, Joel Rosenberg did a great book on that one if you want to read about that, the 12th Imam. So,
That's 10 watts.
this guy will come and fix the
Apparently there's a 10 watt stock charging apparently in regards to the AGM, so
sword, okay?
probably take some time.
People, someday the Krishna is going to come and fix the world problems. There'll be peace on earth, goodwill toward men, etc. The Buddhists are sitting around contemplating the hair on their navel while they wait for the 5th Buddha to come fix everything. Everybody's going to, the 5th Buddha will fix it. Yeah, maybe he's going to come and straighten out the world mess. Now the Theophists, they're busy waiting for their Lord Theophilus. They need to fix the planet. And all these groups are teaching somebody's coming to straighten out
Yep, I would agree with that.
You really have to start understanding the future by looking at the past. The Bible teaches God made everything about 6,000 years ago. This is the bottom timeline on that chart behind me here. About 4,400 years ago, there was a flood, destroyed the world. Before the flood, the people lived to be 900. That's the time of the great dinosaurs, because reptiles never stopped growing. So when people are living to be 900, everything was living longer, and dinosaurs lived with Adam and Eve. Noah took them on the ark, probably babies. After the flood, things changed. Lifespan dropped off to 400 and 200, and today hardly anybody makes it to 100. But that's all covered in my seminar series. So most of the dinosaurs died off or were killed off by man. They call them dragons generally. During this first 1,000 years or so after the flood, some may still be around. That's my video number 3 about dinosaurs. But along comes Daniel about 600 years before Christ, and God gives Daniel a vision of the future. Well, the Bible says in 2 Peter, the scoffers in the last days would be ignorant of the creation and the flood and the coming judgment of God, 2 Peter chapter 3. And I think many Christians are ignorant of the creation, what was it like? They're ignorant of the flood, where did the water come from, where did it go? And they're ignorant of the future, the
Still
coming
uploading.
of the Lord. Now, he said he's coming back in a cloud. When does this happen? What are the events about this? So in my book and on my chart, I take the position that Daniel was given a prophecy for his people, Israel, that was for 70 weeks. And for 70, the prophecy of 70 weeks, I am convinced, is divided into 3 sections. 7 weeks, and then 62 weeks, and then 1 week. And most people who study this will agree, I think maybe a few outliers, but I would say 99% would say, each of the week referred to is a group of 7 years, a cluster of 7 years. So when it says 70 weeks, it means 77, so 490 years are determined for thy people. That's the position I take. That's the position most people take. I don't think I've heard anybody defend anything else. Logically, it could be, I don't know, I have no idea what Gary believes. We'll find out in a minute. So what I did, at the end of time right here, we're, I think, starting probably pretty soon, I've got a little yellow stripe representing 7 years, the 70th week of Daniel. That is greatly expanded on the top timeline to be this 7-year period. So that is the same as this down here. This 7-year period, I divided up in my book and on my chart into 5 parts, A, B, C, D, and E. And then the 1,000-year reign of Christ, a millennium it's called, really means 1,000. I also divided up into 5 parts, A, B, C, D, and E, for my book and for ease of study. Now there's a fabulous author who wrote an incredible series of books that I've got many of them on the shelf here somewhere. That's not true about the Lord coming back any minute. How many read some of the Tim LaHaye books? And they're captivating often. You can't quit reading when you read. And the movies are fabulous, but it's not true. I wish it was. So in James chapter 3, he said, my brethren, be not many masters, that's teachers, knowing we shall receive the greater condemnation. I have been a teacher for years, and I've taken this verse very seriously. God takes false teaching very serious. I'm cautious what I teach. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. If I have an opinion, I'll say, well, there's 4 theories on this, and here's what I chose, but I don't know for sure. But if I'm positive, I'll stick my neck out and say, I'm positive. God made the world in 6 days. No question. It doesn't matter how smart you are, how godly you are, how sincere you are. It must be in accordance with God's word to be true. God told Jeremiah to tell the people they would go into captivity. They didn't want to hear it. So they beat him up and locked him in the stocks and did all kinds of mean things to Jeremiah. But he preached the truth to them, and it cost him dearly. The Bible says, no prophecy in the scriptures of any private interpretation. For 40 years, I studied this book trying to figure out what does it teach about end times. And about 10 years ago is when I finally settled, okay, I think I've got it straight now, and I finally wrote my book about it. If I'm not sure, I don't say I'm sure. It's kind of like a Sudoku puzzle. How many have ever done a Sudoku puzzle before?
Yes,
The rules
kind
are simple. Every line must have all the letters, every column, and each quadrant. So if I gave you these clues and said this each has to spell out the word Kent, K-E-N-T. Well, this one could be an N or a T, right? But I find out, right, which one is it? Well, if I look over here, this can't be the N because there's an N in this column already. So this must be the T. Therefore, that must be the N, and this must be the T. Messiah the Prince shall be 7 weeks, and 62 weeks. A score is 20, so 60 would be 60. So it's going to be 7 weeks and then 62 weeks. Why did they divide that up? The only clue I can find on this, and I'm not dogmatic, it looks to me like when the Daniel's prophecy was given 49 years later, the book of Malachi, the last book, was written. That seems to be the only way this fits together. I may be wrong on that. I'm willing to listen. But there's the 7 weeks broken off for some reason. That may be it. Or they return to Israel, the 7 year, the 7 weeks or 49 year column, and each
Just
quadrant.
go
So if I
back
gave you
here.
these clues and said this each has to spell out the word Kent, K-E-N-T. Well, this one could be an N or a T, right? But I find out, right, which one is it? Well, if I look over here, this can't be the N because there's an N in this column already. So this must be the T. Therefore, that must be the N, and this must be the T. Solved. Now, with that solved, I go along and say, well, this must be the E because it's got to have all of them in this quadrant. Well, that means this got to be the T. Well, that makes it simple. That's got to be the K, and that's the E, and then, you can solve a Sudoku puzzle by process of elimination. When you look at all the clues about Scripture, people argue about, come to all kinds of different conclusions on this, and no prophecy of the Scriptures of any private interpretation. There should be 2 or 3 at least verses on any particular topic. I want to show you. Here's where Daniel started. 70 weeks, and I'm going to take the position strongly that each week represents a group of 7 years. So for 490 years, 70 weeks are determined upon thy people, that would be Daniel's people, the Jews, to do several things. To finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness. I think we can probably all agree that hasn't happened yet. To seal up the vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. He goes on in verse 25. Know therefore and understand, this is the angel talking to Daniel, from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem unto Messiah the Prince shall be 7 weeks, and 62 weeks. A score is 20, so 60 would be 60. So it's going to be 7 weeks and then 62 weeks. Why did they divide that up? The only clue I can find on this, and I'm not dogmatic, it looks to me like when the Daniel's prophecy was given 49 years later, the book of Malachi, the last book, was written. That seems to be the only way this fits together. I may be wrong on that. I'm willing to listen. But there's the 7 weeks broken off for some reason. That may be it. Or they return to Israel, the 7 year, the 7 weeks or 49 years. How many weeks are you?
No, apparently it's...
Determined upon thy people, that would be Daniel's people, the Jews. You read some of the text?
Okay, well anyway, I was looking forward to his... anyway, it is what it is, right? So, I'm going to go a little backward again.
You can't quit reading when you read. And the movies are fabulous, but it's not true. I wish it was. So in James chapter 3, he said, my brethren, be not many masters, that's teachers, knowing we shall receive the greater condemnation. I have been a teacher for years, and I've taken this verse very seriously. God takes false teaching very serious. I'm cautious what I teach. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. If I have an opinion, I'll say, well, there's 4 theories on this, and here's what I chose, but I don't know for sure. But if I'm positive, I'll stick my neck out and say, People argue about, come to all kinds of different conclusions on this, and no prophecy of the scriptures of any private interpretation. There should be 2 or 3 at least verses on any particular topic. I want to show you. Here's where Daniel started. 70 weeks, and I'm going to take the position strongly that each week represents a group of 7 years. So for 490 years, 70 weeks are determined upon thy people, that would be Daniel's people, the Jews, to do several things. To finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness. I think we can probably all agree that hasn't happened yet. To seal up the vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. He goes on in verse 25. Know therefore and understand, this is the English Judaism, from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem unto Messiah the Prince shall be 7 weeks, and 62 weeks. A score is 20, so 60 would be 60. So it's going to be 7 weeks and then 62 weeks. Why did they divide that off? The only clue I can find on this, and I'm not dogmatic, it looks to me like the Daniel's prophecy was given 49 years later. The book of Malachi, the last book, was written. That seems to be the only way this fits together. I may be wrong on that. I'm willing to listen. But for there's the 7 weeks broken off for some reason, that may be it, or they return to Israel the 7 years. For the how many weeks are determined upon thy people? That would be Daniel's people, the Jews, to do several things. To finish the transgression, to make an end of sins, to make reconciliation for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness. I think we can probably all agree that hasn't happened yet. To seal up the vision and prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. He goes on in verse 25. Know therefore sign? Okay, Jordan Jesus, what's the sign? The sun and the moon are going to go dark. I think everybody's going to notice that. And with the sun and the moon going dark, it's in the Bible. Sometimes it's associated with an earthquake. See, the blind people are going to know something's going on. So the sun and the moon go dark, and an earthquake, and then they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. And then he shall send his angels and gather together his elect. If you read the story, that's 1st and 2nd Thessalonians, associated with the angels coming is a trumpet blast. So the trumpet blows, we're all caught out of here. And so this is my position is that he's coming back after the tribulation time when the sun and the moon go dark. In Joel chapter 2, Joel said, the sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and terrible day of the Lord comes. I was guilty for years of confusing and not distinguishing clearly between the day of the Lord, which is the 1,000-year period, and the day of Christ, which is the rapture. That's why you better get a King James Bible if you're going to study this topic, because the newer perversions have really screwed this up, calling the day of Christ the day of the Lord, and they are not the same. Okay, so Joel said, the sun's going to be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood before the day of the Lord. When they quote that verse in the book of Acts chapter 2, they quote this verse, he said, the sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood before the great and notable day of the Lord. So Jesus' coming must be before the day of the Lord. In Acts, they saw him walk in a cloud, and the angel said, the same Jesus is going to come back like manner. He's coming back in a cloud. So the sequence is very simple. There's a time of tribulation mentioned in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and Joel, and Acts. And then the sun will go dark, and the morning starts. Tribulation has several parts to it. Let me go to 2, 4, 7 here. Let's see. Here we go. Daniel, all through the book of Daniel, talks about this temple being desolate. Why don't you get my book for more on that? Let me show you what I want to give you. There. Okay. In the book of Daniel, when you read the prophecy in chapter 7, and again, all this is the charts in my book on the page before that, it talks about the Antichrist is going to prevail against the saints. He shall prevail against them, and then they shall possess the kingdom. He's going to whoop them up, beat them up, and then they possess the kingdom. I was always hoping we get raptured out of here before any tribulation starts. Tribulation is what the world does to us.
Yep.
Jesus said, in the world ye shall have tribulation. John 16. Now, 1 Thessalonians tells us God's children are not appointed unto wrath. Wrath is different than tribulation. So here's what I covered earlier. Let's see, right here. He talks about the time of tribulation, and I have the Thessalonians. Oh, I'm sorry, 361. There it is. First and Second Thessalonians, those books, every single chapter talks about the coming of the Lord. Chapter 1,
Well, I guess there's not much more. Yeah, it's kept its cool. Apparently. Maybe if I... No, then I need to record.